Hi, everyone. Oh, I feel like it's been so long. Sorry, I'm going to move my mic. It might sound a little weird for a second. Okay. My computer, my desk is set up all kinds of weird because this was being used as a guest room up till yesterday. I just realized I haven't yet tucked the end of the comforter back in. But yeah, that just once again became a more couch mode than bed mode. And my desk it's a standing desk, so it was in a weird spot, and now I'm trying to get everything back to the normal levels I'm at, and I haven't quite figured it out yet. Hi, Sam. Hey, Beth. Yay, so ready for this. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Hi, Laurel. Hoping that the spin fits with one of my women in translation books. I'm guessing Wit. Only here for the spin today. I have a family reunion to go to this afternoon. I still need to get ready. Sounds good. Hello. I got my 2 hardest/longest books in June and July, which is perfect timing. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty good for summertime, longer months, longer days. Now I just have to have one more long book on my list that I'm hoping to get today, last summer vacay month. Yeah, that I don't know what I'm hoping to get. Honestly, I don't really feel like reading any of these books right now, except for maybe the Peter Swanson, because I actually almost started that this month just because I technically read 2 pages of it, and then I was like, I don't know. So I don't know what that says, but hello. Oh, first time catching the stream live. Awesome. Glad you could be here. Yeah, and actually, speaking of stream times, so I was saying for the summer that I would be doing more after work time for me in my time zone, which I think worked for 2 live streams, and then we somehow wound up back here. But we'll probably continue to be keeping it here because I'm actually going to be switching jobs. My day job is switching, and I'm going to be going into an office again most days during the week. So I feel like it makes sense to have these be on the weekend. I might still do weekday every once in a while, but I mean, this is typically my preference anyway. It's just usually our weekends are pretty busy during the summertime. So, but yeah, a little bit of a change for me. I'm not, it's still so weird to me. I've been working at my company that I've been at since I was literally still getting my bachelor's degree, still in college for my first degree. I guess technically second degree. I got my associates first, but I just rolled that straight into getting the bachelor's. I didn't take time between or anything. And yeah, I started as an intern there. And so I've been there for many, many years at this point. And I don't know hardly anything else. I also haven't worked in an office since I was 22. So, because I started in their office. And so going into an office again, also now I'll have to drive into the office instead of walking like I used to, back when I was working in the office for my current company. Closed now, by the way, and also not anywhere near me. That was in Indianapolis. But anyways, that's a life update for you. I knew I was forgetting something on the first of the month. I kept being like, what is it? Honestly, yeah, this month is so crazy. And originally I wanted to do this, I think firstly, I wanted to do it last week. And then as in 2 weeks ago, basically at this point. And then I wanted to do it during the week last, and I was like, oh yeah, that'll work just fine, without understanding how long we had a guest staying with us, or when exactly she got here. So then it was like, oh, I guess I'm not doing this until until August. But I like to do it before the month starts, but the first is still pretty good. So lovely to be able to join. It feels like it's been ages. Yes, I don't take it as criticism, but I am really happy to have you here. Hi, Amelia. Hey, everyone. Working on my Herkiad Choose Your Party prompt, Bookception, and the secret prompts after that. Ooh, nice. Actually, I might do a little poll later. I think I'll probably time it for the second break or the first break, because I don't want to do it beforehand, because this will already be all taken up with spin stuff, catching up, and all that good stuff. But I'm trying to decide what I want to work on next, what my next prompt is that I want to be my main focus for Herkiad. And I'm having a really hard time deciding on my own, so I might put a little poll in. I've been holding off starting a new fiction book for days. I'm excited. Love it. Not sure how long I can stay today, but excited for the spin. Okay, we'll try to get to it quickly. Hoping August books is better than July. Oh no. Oh yeah, is everybody caught up? I am actually caught up right now, which is crazy because I was behind last time, and I was part of what I was behind with was Long Walk to Freedom, which is a long book, but very good. Home for the weekend, perfect timing. Awesome. I haven't read June or July's book picks yet, but hopefully I can catch up in August. Totally fine. I'm hoping for a swap, as I'm not that excited about my stack. Yeah, we do have the swap option back on the board. So I'm also kind of hoping for a swap. Not gonna lie. I think I've just been looking at these ones for too long. And I know I have to read them before the end of the year because they're all on my 20 books to read in 2026, but I just don't feel like it right now. I still have the Count of Monte Cristo from a previous spin. Makes sense that I've not finished. So I'm hoping for a shorter one. The last one was great. I'm hoping for a shorter one for you as well. The weather is negatively affecting my reading. It makes me very sleepy and I need the extra motivation. Oof. Is it really hot weather? Is that what's doing that? Really hot weather makes me sleepy. Oh, you changed your jobs? So exciting. I knew you were thinking about it. I changed jobs after 19 years last year. So yeah. It's very weird. But I'm excited and the new team seems really nice and everything. So I am excited about it. And I put in my 2 weeks at work. So that is like a weight off. And my current boss was super nice about it, which is awesome. And yeah, I'll be telling the whole team on Monday. But the people I'm like closest to and like hang out with outside of work virtually, because we're all over, they already know. So it's not going to be a shock to them. But yeah, I just have 2 weeks left at my current job, which is crazy. Hello, Natalie. Yes. So exciting. Slightly terrifying, very exciting. Oh, now I have to get a new car. Not like a new car, just like honestly, it'll probably be the same year as I drive a 2007 Ford Focus. So very cool. Very stylish. So I'll probably get something around the same year, but probably something that lasts for more miles than Fords tend to. Thank you so much. I haven't participated in TBR picks, but last month I ended up following the prompt. Oh, no way. And read 10 minutes and 38 seconds in This Strange World. My eye is on that book right now. And then I just looked up this author's pronunciation because I've been doing it wrong. I think it's Elif Shafak. I think it's Elif, and I've been doing Elif or something like that. But I've read another book by her and I really liked it. And so I'm thinking about reading this one. And also the book club I just joined, they read this at some point in their history and everybody really loved it. So maybe I'll follow this from too. Good morning. I'm here with my first sprints today, and I'm reading a mystery book set in my hometown and some Nordic myths. Ooh, nice. Reading July's book now. Awesome. I'm not remotely caught up. I haven't started July's book, but I did finally start June's and I'm loving it. Okay, so you're working on it. What I'm hearing is progress. This year's moving super fast, but I'm not complaining since it's been pretty awful so far. Oh no, I had 2 deaths in the family just a couple weeks apart. Oh, that's awful. I'm so sorry to hear that. That happened to my family. I was pretty young though, so I feel like I didn't really it affected me a lot, but probably not as much as it would have had I been older. But man, that it is tough, like on the whole family. I'm caught up for now. This last month was not a great pick, hoping for a better one this time. I can't even remember what mine was Strong Towns. It was good. I think I probably should have read it right when I was interested in reading it instead of waiting until I learned a whole lot more about it and then read it. And then like a lot of the stuff was kind of just giving me the same information I already knew. And then like a little bit of extra stuff. I decided to keep the July spin book for later in the year because Booker Long List came along before I had started it. And now I'm busy because I find this list really exciting. I still haven't like gone through and actually read all the synopses to the books, but it is making me want to read John of John more because that was already on my bookshelf anyway. And I knew that it was highly likely it was going to be on the list, and it was just going to bump that up on my to read. But I was hoping for a couple other ones that I own to be on there. But no such luck. Let's see what that means for the August book. Yeah. How many sprints are we doing today? Probably 4. We're shooting for 4, at least 3. I'll say at least 3, hopefully 4. I'm going to dip out at noon for BookTube prize final round reveal. Ooh, that's also exciting. I'm caught up only because I had so much luck with spins. That means that you don't have that you might not have ones you're as excited about left, or maybe it just means that like you're unsure and you've just been enjoying them, which has been great. Europe is in the middle of another heat wave. Ugh, yeah, I hate it. I hate it for you all. Tomorrow it's supposed to get to 100 and something here, Fahrenheit, obviously. But for here, that is quite a lot. Like that was a regular Tuesday in Florida when I lived there, but for here, that's a lot. Hi, Marcella. Glad to catch the live. Haven't been able to join in a while. Oh, I'm glad you're here. I also recently changed jobs and I'm much happier than I've been in years. Oh, that's so great to hear. That's what I'm hoping for. I feel like that my day-to-day, what I've been doing hasn't been as good. And also the job market has, I mean, in general, it's been pretty volatile, but specifically at my company that I've been working at, we've gone through quite a number of layoffs and it is terrifying. So I'm glad to not have to deal with that constant thought. Not to say that the new company is going to be safe from it, because who knows. I just went through a second heat wave and it's still humid as hell. Oh, I just can't do this anymore. I need autumn so badly. Yeah, even I really want autumn bad. And like we've had heat waves, but also like we have like good AC and everything, which I know not everybody in Europe has. So I feel like even though we've had some decent heat waves here, I've been able to stay pretty cool. One thing that does stink is that my car does not have AC, or technically it does, but it runs for like 5 minutes and then it cuts out. So going anywhere when you can't walk there or take public transit is not fun. I'm actually caught up for July's pick and can't wait to see which book I'm reading for this month. Nice. Are you going to read the Booker long list? Great question. No idea. Right now, I basically like went into it being like, I don't think I'll read what I'm interested in. I might try to just do the short list or something like that. But I have so many books on my TBR and I've been doing such a bad job at focusing on that. I actually think I'm going to be starting a series for my Patreon, which I'm very excited about. And I think I'm going to be filming the first video today where I'm focusing more on that. But yeah, it's, it's bad. And so I don't know. to read more books that weren't already on my TBR it's tough for me to do. So I kind of want to take like a pause this year and not think too much about it, but I always get sucked in. So like, it's always hard to say. Craving fall too. I'm ready for the temp shift. Yes. I've been mispronouncing Elif too then. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Elif. Thank you. I'm a fan, but not of her fiction. Interesting. Oh, there we go. Oh, the stuff stopped moving for a second there. I'm working on a massive spreadsheet to keep up with the reading challenge. I've overcommitted to. Yeah, I have a massive spreadsheet. It's insane. I'm trying to read the whole long list. So I have Black Bag going as audio in the sprints. Okay, nice. And then also I'm reading the Booker long list now. And the Strout. Okay. Currently reading John of John and very unfortunately don't like it that much, which is a bummer because I absolutely love Shuggy Bane. I liked Shuggy Bane, but I wasn't like the biggest fan of Shuggy Bane. But that video, I did a review of only Shuggy Bane on my channel. And I think I got like associated with it for a while because I did talk very positively about it because I do think it's a super well written book. But like for me, it wasn't like above and beyond or anything. But I still got associated with it. Like it was one of my favorite books for a bit there. And that was a very weird thing for me. But so I have like, now I sometimes think back on Shuggy Bane and think that it was like a favorite book of mine, but I don't think it actually was. I think I just talked highly of it in like more removed from it. And then I haven't read the Young Mungo. Caught up because I got long books on the months I had more time. Oh, good. If I get my last long book in September, I'm screwed. I did not finish my July book. Putting the longest owned book on my TBR is maybe showing my reading tastes have changed. Getting books off the shelf is a win, though. Yes, nice. Oh, I just had a DNF, and I forget, sometimes DNFs just feel good, or you're like, you know what, I don't want to read this. But I'm also reading The Renovation, which I love so far. Awesome. Sorry, I'm a bit late. You've given me FOMO for her kid, and now I've spent too much time playing with the planning spreadsheet and feel committed to this ridiculous challenge. It's like it just sucks you in. You can't not do it. At least I can't not do it, but I also have no self-control. I'm loving Black Bag. Also, hi Gemma. I feel like I didn't say hi to you. I'm also loving Black Bag. Nice. Seems like people are interested in it. I'm so behind on my TBR Spin books. I've been prioritizing other reads, and I'm focused on preparing to move in 2 weeks. Oh yeah, I didn't read anything when I was moving, pretty much. How's Herkiad 3 going? Pretty good. I would say pretty good. Yeah, I don't think it's like going like amazing and like I'm making a ton of progress, but I'm making like probably more progress than one book more progress than I expected to make this month, specifically with like the harder challenges. So I feel like that's a good sign. And yeah, it's weird because I feel like I'm not going to be able to double up as much this year, just in general. Because every time I read a book, I'm like, I felt like at the beginning of last Herkiad, I would read a book and it would go towards like a million different prompts, or like I could use it towards a million different prompts, and I would just pick the two that made the most sense. But this time it's like, well, it can only go to these 2 prompts, and maybe like there's a possible third one it could move into at some point if needed. If like something else replaces what it's already going towards. So like I am nervous, which is why I think I hesitate to say it's going well. Like reading wise so far it's going well, but I'm nervous for later in the challenge. It's all my fault, Jim. I told Sarah about this ridiculous reading challenge that I'm definitely not going to participate in. And then Sarah got hooked, and now it's my second year. I mean, we're all here together now. Exciting news. Exciting news. If you do Herkiad, I hope you film it too. Oh my gosh, yes, please. Was bored by Odyssey after reading the book beforehand, so I know I'm off to make the same mistake with Project Hail Mary. Love it. Although I will say I really liked both the book and movie of Project Hail Mary. I don't think I'm going to go see Odyssey. I just don't think I care enough, honestly. I've read Odyssey, but I don't know. I just don't really care. I feel like John of John will end up on my TBR Spin next year because I bought it and then lost interest in reading it. That happens. Did not start my July pick. My husband and I decided the next year our TBR is going to include a healthy draw animals book. A healthy draw animals book for this reading challenge series. I don't know what that. Oh, how to draw animals. That makes so much more sense. I was like, what is this? That sounds like fun. That sounds like a great time. I've picked up a couple books because I thought they would do well for her kid. Love it. Yeah, actually, I've been doing the same thing too. Like every once in a while I see a book and I'm like, ooh, that could work well. But it also means I've been buying too many books. I found that the more I familiarize myself with the prompts, the more I can find the double ups. At first, it felt like they were all standalone, but now I keep finding more ways to fit them in as I go. Yeah, I have like a big spreadsheet of like where I list the book and then I go through every prompt and say where and how it could fit in those different prompts. So hopefully that'll help me as I go along. I'm struggling with the anthology prompt because I don't like to read anthologies. I might use a prompt spell for it. Yeah, that one seems cool that you can like kind of make your own anthology and just read short stories just from like authors you're already interested in reading more from anyway. Herkiad 3.0 prompts, that is. Yeah. Are you doing it again this year? We're trying to get her to do it again. It's not working. I'm reading Buffalo Hunter because it's set in Montana and I can use it for the road trip prompt. Yay. I read mostly fantasy and sci-fi and not a lot is set on planet Earth. I loved Buffalo Hunter, so I'm excited for you. I chose one of my Her Kid books for the Second Chances prompt based on a 1-star review from you. Wish me luck. Oh my gosh, wait, what book? I feel like I've given so few books 1 star. I'm so curious. I'm filming Her Kid, and it's been an adventure so far. I started late and haven't finished a prompt yet. Oh no. But I have one more book to read for Choose Your Party Hounded. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, like a prompt, like a whole square. That's fine. I haven't finished one either. I used the make your own. I probably would have used the make your own anthology as a bonus, just because like I have like quite a few different anthologies that I could have just pulled the ones that like I was most excited to read more from, and that would work on my TBR. Except that I happened to focus on that before I knew that the side quests were a thing. So now I'm just sticking to how I'm doing it. No clue how it went so wrong or so right. And one to read for Bookception, The Count of Monte Cristo. Yeah, I haven't decided what I'm going to do for Bookception yet, but I've already found a few options from the books I've already been reading. So decided to join this challenge after getting hooked on your channel, binging last year's Her Kid. Oh, yay. I just picked 12 books and scratched the books that fit the prompts you already did. Oh, that's a cool way to start mid-year. Oops. There we go. Ready to go with 5 books left. Awesome. Love it. I finished Her Kid 2.0, but decided not to do 3.0 because I didn't like the prompts. Feels weird to not have it. I do really like the prompts. I'm just nervous that I'm not going to be able to double up as much. Oh, Murder in the Family. Yes. Yes, I did not like that book. But it's very readable. It's pretty readable for me having given it 1 star. So I feel like at the very least, you have that. Anyways, let's do this thing. Let me get the wheel up. Let's see. Share screen. Feels like it's been a million years since we've last done this. I can't remember which of these I like to use. I feel so tiny. I feel like it's actually this one that I do. I don't know. It doesn't matter. As long as you can see the wheel, that's fine. Okay, we do have at least 1 swap on the wheel again, so there's a chance of that. And these are my books that I have left. Yeah, I was going to read them all off, but I'm too excited to spin. Let's do it. Oh, I clicked the wheel on the actual live stream thing instead of on the wheel itself, like the actual window. So that's where we're at. Ooh, I don't know what this on the thing. Book with the best first sentence. So you have to read the first sentence of each of the books you have as an option, and then choose based off how much you personally like the first sentence. Okay, I just put this on because I was like, I feel like there's few enough books at this point where this isn't overwhelming. But like if we got this when we had like 12 books, it would be like a lot to all sit here and then be reading the first sentence. Okay. I know you all will be doing that, but I'll probably also read my first sentences out loud. I don't know if I'm going to count the foreword for Autobiography of Malcolm X, just because it's not actually by Alex Haley, like the foreword isn't. So I'm going to go straight to Alex Haley's writing. If she had written the foreword, then I would have done it. Is the introduction also by somebody else? It is. Huh. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I can say some of these words. There's one thing I don't know if I could say on YouTube. Okay, so I'm not going to read this one out loud. That is an insane first sentence, though. That's actually very good. Okay, it's not necessarily like considered a word that shouldn't be said, but it's considered a party that I feel like it shouldn't be said. So for Karen Slaughter's Pretty Girls, when you first disappeared, your mother warned me that finding out exactly what had happened to you would be worse than never knowing. That is a good first sentence. It's thrillers, man. They have good first sentences. Oh, do I like that better? I think I do, at least at this point, like that better than the Autobiography of Malcolm X. I don't know if that's just because I'm not feeling like reading nonfiction right now in general. But I do think that one I like a little bit better. Okay. So right now, Pretty Girls is the pick. Now, An Artist of the Floating World by Kazuo Ishiguro. If on a sunny day you climb the steep path leading up from the little wooden bridge still referred to around here as the Bridge of Hesitation, you will not have to walk far before the roof of my house becomes visible between the tops of 2 ginkgo trees. That is a very pleasant first sentence, which I feel like at a different point would probably contend with being my favorite, but it's not right now. I just don't feel like reading. I think I'm too excited about the videos I'm like planning on working on today that like just the idea of reading in general, I'm just like over it. Okay. Well, it's not going to be this one, which stinks because it's the only one I mentioned as being slightly interested in reading right now. Because the first sentence is, "Hello there," she said. Okay. Let's see. The last one we have is A Brief History of 7 Killings by Marlon James. I wouldn't mind reading a Marlon James because I really want to read his Booker book now. And maybe this will scratch that itch while still being for my TBR. Oh my gosh, they have like the whole cast of characters at the beginning of this one. Oh no, I'm already overwhelmed. Okay, wait. I can't tell if this is... Okay, no, that is the first. Okay, the first sentence is literally just the word listen, period. The first sentence, though, as in the second sentence, not the first sentence, is dead people never stop talking, which is a great second sentence. But unfortunately, technically, the first sentence is listen, period. So that's not going to do it. I think this is a pretty lengthy book. Why have I done this to myself? But I was being objective in how I'm feeling right now. This is nearly 600 pages, but it's also a thriller. So like, I feel like it's fine. It'll be fine. Okay, let's see how everybody's doing. Let me go up. Oh, this is about murder in the family. My sister liked it, so let's see. Hopefully you like it. I feel like depending on the amount that you read the genre, you might like it. I don't know. I liked the diversity theme of 2.0, but found myself annoyed with the more random prompts. So I feel like I'd have the same issue with 3.0. Yeah, it does feel like there are less prompts focused on diversity specifically, but I think that's because the gamification version of it is there, but like I would have to have nothing on my TBR basically to do the gamification version and just like commit to doing a library. But if I did the gamification, I would never be pulling for my TBR, and I need to be reading my TBR. The spin. I finally found a 10-word title that I actually want to read. Miss Gentle and the Case of the Very Flat Monk. Ooh. I picked one, but I can't remember. Oh, it's because I think I'm going to use a prompt spell for my 10-word title and then use something for my TBR. But I do know what I'm doing for my 9-word title now. And I think it's going to work for anthology too. So that's good. That I will be talking about in my August TBR video, which I really need to film. And now I can, because I know what my TBR spin book is. Oh, yay. I'm glad people are loving this prompt. In the middle of cooking dinner, but I'll have a look when I'm finished. Fair. Yeah. Focus on the dinner. Don't burn anything while reading first sentences. I'm actually quite excited for the anthology prompt. I don't think I've ever read one. Ooh, and I found a fantasy one, which was delivered today. Oh, that's exciting. May regret that when I end up starting 6 fantasy series. Oh my gosh, I didn't think about that for doing a fantasy one. Oof. Oh gosh, I have to make an actual list for this one. Yeah, sorry. I was thinking about you actually when I put this one or added this one to the list. I was like, it doesn't really work for how you do it. Yeah, I wouldn't include something by another author. Use the text itself. Yeah. I think that makes the most sense. Some of them I don't own. Oof. Maybe you can look at like the preview on like Amazon. I think that's like where you can just see like the preview of like the first couple of pages of the book. So that could work. Hello. Time to make a stack. I don't own some of them. Should I just go out of the ones I own? Others were going to be library books. Yeah, I think you could either just go off the ones you own, or if you want to try to like find the preview of them, I'm pretty sure on Amazon it does that. And I feel like that's an okay way to use Amazon is to just see the preview of a book. I'm going to update my Herkiad spreadsheet, and I'm reading The Serpent and the Wings of Night and Don't Let the Forest In. Nice. For a second, I thought that was one book title, and I was like, wow, that's a lot. First sentence here, blood, period. Ooh, wait, that's better than listen, period, I think. As far as one-word sentences go, that's a pretty good one. I'm currently at the park with my youngest, so we'll have to work out what the book is later. Fair enough. My first sentences are all really boring. Oh no. Well, that doesn't bode well. Let's say you are a 69-year-old Jamaican man named Stanford, or Stan for short, who once faked your own death. These Ghosts Are Family by Maisie Card. Ooh, that is a very good first sentence. I feel like that one would also, if that was in my stack, that would have won my stack as well. I'm going with Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card. Nice. Yeah, I'm sure that has a good first sentence. I don't remember what it is, but I'm sure it's good. Apparently I'm going with The Remains of the Day by Kazuo Ishiguro. Yay. I hope you like it. The Sellout by Paul Beatty. This book has been on a million TBRs since 2016. Will it finally be read? Who knows? Fingers crossed that this is the time that it happens. Before I Forget by Tori Henwood Hone. I'm stuck between selves. Ooh, that's a great first line. Before there was memory, before there was history, there were the Leviathans. Ooh, wait, what is that from? That seems familiar to me. I feel like that's like a fantasy series that I should know. I'm going with The Rings of Saturn by W.G. Sebold, which sounds like a very odd book. Ooh. Frozen River, The Body Floats Downstream. That's a great one. Before I Forget is great. Nice. Hopefully Laura will like it. What if you don't want to read the one with the best sentence? I don't know what to tell you then. Maybe you'll start reading it and realize it's a DNF, and then you've already won the month because you're already done. I think it's going to be 100 Years of Solitude for me. Many years later, as he faced the firing squad, Colonel Aureliano Buendia, maybe, was to remember that distant afternoon when his father took him to discover ice. Oh, that is a good one. I do have that on my TBR, on my larger TBR. I can't decide between The Fifth Season and Hell's Heart. Is The Fifth Season like this is the way? No, this is the last fifth season. What in the hell? I need to look it up. I feel like the first sentence of this was so good that there's like a remnant of it in my brain. Oh, I almost said End of the World. Let's start with The End of the World, why don't we? That is a great first sentence. I don't know the other one, so I can't help you, but that is a good first sentence for fifth season. That book I am planning on rereading this year. Kind of disappointed with all the first sentences. Ended up choosing a German book. I'm not going to attempt that. But I'm glad you were able to decide, even if you were a little disappointed with those first sentences. I'm using a prompt spell for 10-word title and the elements because there was one I put on the TBR and didn't realize it was an alloy. Yeah, I'm also going to be using a prompt spell for elements, the periodic table one, I'm pretty sure, just because it lets me pull at least one more book from my owned TBR. Amelia, I hated the sellout, but it should be an absolute banger for you. Yeah, I feel like the two of you tend to have very different tastes about the same books, so maybe that's a good thing for Amelia. I think I'm going to go with the one that intrigues me the most. There we go. That'll work. Once they made sacrifices here to appease the 8. Ooh, that's a good one too. Okay, the book I wanted easily has the best first line. Oh, yay, I've got it worked out. A girl is running for her life. Ooh, that's a good one. You've got a lot of good ones. I was going to do the City of Brass series for 4 of them and another for the prompt. Oh, yeah, but brass is a compound or is that an alloy? I don't know. It's going to be Sellout, a nonfiction about emo, punk, and hardcore music scenes. Ooh. Mine will be The Sympathizer. I am a spy, a sleeper, a spook, a man of two faces. Oh, that is a very good first sentence. It's such a fun one. The method of laying out a corpse in Missouri sure took the proverbial cake. Days Without End by Sebastian Barry. That's a good one. I think I'm gonna settle on there were a lot of theories about what happened when someone died. Deadly Dreams by KJ Sutton. That one seems good too. A lot of good first sentences here. The before there was memory sentence is from A Drop of Corruption. Okay, then I don't know that book. But it sounded like a first sentence I had heard before somehow. That is a good sign indeed. I softy enough to this book on page 104 of 847. Oh my gosh, 7 years ago. I think I'll have to start over. Yeah, 7 years is quite the time for that amount. Do you read short stories and how do you count them for her kid? I read short story collections, but I very rarely read just a short story. So I would count it if it's like a novella, but if it was like a standalone short story, I probably wouldn't count it for her kid. But I don't know. I've never really thought about it. But I don't usually read just standalone short stories. But like a novella, like I've definitely read those and I've used those. Like last year I used Follow the House of Usher, which I wouldn't call a novel. I would call that a short story, probably not even a novella. And I did use that for her kid. So I guess I do. But that's the only example I can think of. I Am Scared of My Wife's Eyes, The Beekeeper by Aleppo. Oh, that's a good one. My pick is Station 11. Wait, do I know the first line from this? Isn't it a quote from King Lear? Right? I did a video forever ago. Please don't go find it. I think it is still on my channel, but it's so early on. But I had my mom write down the first sentences to a bunch of different thrillers that I had, and I did count that as one of them, even though I don't know if it technically counts as a thriller. And then I tried to match the books, or I picked the books that I wanted to read based off that. I can't even remember what the intent was there. But that was one of the books that was in the video. I will go with Quicksilver by Neil Stevenson. Enoch rounds the corner just as the executioner raises the noose above the woman's head. That one works. My mother began me one evening in 1968 on a table in the cafe of the town's only cinema, Allie Smith, The Accidental. That is a great first sentence. Oh my gosh, there's so many. Before she became the girl from nowhere, the one who walked in, the first and last and only, who lived 1,000 years, she was just a little girl in Iowa named Amy. I feel like I want to like add these to my TBR just based off her sentences. The Murder Room by P.D. James. Okay, Brass is an alloy, and the rest of the series has elements in the title. Gold, copper, silver. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I feel like gold and silver have been the easiest to find for me. But yeah, the only two that I actually have on my TBR is arsenic and gold. And then I think I'm going to use the prompt spell to be able to do salt as a compound. So yeah. And then I'll still need to do 2 more that aren't in my TBR at all. Which one of them, I think I know what it's going to be. The other one, I don't. Gilead for me. Nice. Reading Shantaram, apparently. I'm going to be reading The Radium Girls for her kid. Ooh, I do think that Radium Girls is a good possibility for me to be the 5th book of that prompt. but not totally positive yet. Q does count any form of reading for her kid, short stories, manga, fan fiction, as long as it's not Harry Potter. Yeah. That's true. The specific rules, you can do it. Yes, the line is from King Lear. Great memory. Yes. It's only because of that video. Because I was so confused when I read it at first. Because she only wrote down the first line, like, so I couldn't tell. And I was like, what book do I have that would start like this? Because it's like something moored in a pool of blue light or whatever. I was like, I don't think any of the books I gave her would start like this. So it really stuck in my head. I also have Diary of an Oxygen Thief for that prompt. It looks interesting. Oh, I don't think I've looked into that one. I've looked into a lot for a lot of different things at this point, but I don't think that was on my list. I might have to look into it. I was hoping for a swap to use one of the Women in Translation month books I plan to read. Oh, sorry about it. Maybe you could say that if one of the sentences is very, 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 very good, then you can just do it. I won't tell. Okay. Anyways, let me go back to here. Okay. So, we are going to go ahead and do our first sprint of the day. Oh, good. You're back, Sam. It was quick. Well, great. You're here just in time for the first sprint. But yeah, we'll go ahead and sprint. I am going to add a little banner to the bottom for anybody that joins late with what the prompt is for this month, for August. And then I'm also going to be updating the Storygraph challenge. So if you use that, make sure to add your book there. And I think that those are all the things. So yay. But we can go ahead and get started. I just need to change what I am presenting. And how I'm presenting it. No, it's because it's this one. There we go. That's a little better. Okay. But I think we are good to go. So happy reading, everybody. Okay. Sorry if that was loud. I don't understand sometimes my computer because I have it turned down so quiet. and yet it does that. Anyways, let's check in. How's everybody doing? I read 26 pages of Pretty Girls, which is good because I got up, grabbed a snack. I still need to get like breakfast. Also, I do have Zuko in my lap, and he is just like a mush ball of cat right now. Like he's just fully dead weight. Yeah. What a good boy. Okay, let's see. Back in time for sprints. I'm going to do something a little crazy and probably against the rules. I'm picking 2 books for this month, Metamorphosis and Anne of Green Gables. I mean, progress is progress. That's more than that's more than other progress. I just read Tin Man by Sarah Winman for the prompt yesterday. Really beautiful but sad. The birthday prompts are the worst for me. My sign is Taurus and my Chinese sign is Ox. Oh, is the Taurus the bull too? I feel like those are very similar. Although there's a lot of it's a lot more open-ended than I initially realized. Like you can just go with more of like the vibes for your like what your personality is supposed to be or whatever for like being a Taurus or an Ox and that kind of a thing. It doesn't have to actually have that thing on the cover, which I did not realize at first. And that's how I think I'm going to be taking it, because that'll help me pull for my TBR more anyways. And there wasn't like a ton of books I was like super excited about reading that did have those things on the cover. Although I did find some good options, and I might still end up going with like the one that has a scorpion on the cover that I was thinking of. And that I got through my patron suggested it. So, and it does look good. So like I might end up doing that, but also I am really trying to pull for my TBR as much as possible. Good luck, everyone. We're heading to the farmer's market before it gets too hot. Ooh, hopefully you made it in time. I'm reading The Deeper the Water, The Uglier the Fish for this sprint, my July pick. Nice. I've chosen all metal elements for the prompt gold, silver, iron, copper, and radium. Also found a book with titanium in the title in case the Radium Girls is too much for me. Yeah, I do think Radium Girls has got a high chance of being a pick for me. Joining now and watching the beginning. Congratulations on the new job. Oh, thank you. From what you've been sharing, it sounds like a great change. Thank you. Yes, I'm excited for the change. Hopefully it works out really well. This is my favorite book in all the world, though I have never read it. The Princess Bride, William Golding. Oh, nice. That's a good one. Finishing Natalia Ginsburg's Happiness as such, and then probably just going to try to find another woman in translation pick. Love it. Also going to pick out some books for the bingo board from hell. I ended up doing my own prompts. Awesome. Yeah, I think I did partially my own prompts. Oh, I need to look at that again, actually. I don't know how I'm doing with that. I feel like I haven't looked in in a few books that I've read, although I have been keeping relatively on top of it. It's just the percentage of new books acquired that not so much. We all know the actual best first sentence in any book is The Crow Road by Ian Banks, though, right? It was the day my grandmother exploded. I mean, that's a good one. Never mind your clock striking 13 in 1984 or Dreams of Manderley. Rebecca. I have not read Rebecca yet, but I do love the clock striking 13 line. Actually, I can't remember for sure, but I have a blanket of quotes here. I think that quote is on here, but it also I might be remembering it from a mug of famous first lines that I used to have. I can't remember which. The prompt was to read the book with the best first sentence. So reading all the first sentences of the books that you have on your stack and which one is your favorite. Made it to page 95 in Serpent and the Wings of Night. Nice. Next sprint is working out while watching My Hero Academia. Awesome. My husband and I read Spies in Their Spare Time by Neil P. Randall. Cool. Spies in Their Spare Time is a great name. Only started reading 10 minutes ago because I had dinner. That's fair. I've got to wait till I get home to check. Oh, gotcha. Read about 50 pages. Great job. I feel like I could have read more of this one. Also, like the pages are just very easy to read. Like the text is very big. But I just don't super feel like reading right now. Which is weird, which is a weird feeling for me. But I think it's just because I'm like really focused on the things that I want to get done today. And so my mind is like there already. But I will say this does start like way more involved than I expected. I was shocked, which I shouldn't have been probably if I had read the back of the book, because it does say the thing I was shocked about on the back of the book. But yeah, it did get me. I've only read 18 pages, but I made tea, so that's fun. That is fun. I'm reading a library book, so won't be able to renew Almost Life by Karen Millwood Hargrave. Good so far. I might have to leave for a bit soon as husband, child, and father-in-law will arrive. Oh, yeah. You got a lot going on. Trying to finish a German book that I started in July so that I can focus on my August TBR. Awesome. I need to put together my August TBR. Didn't read, but I still did important stuff. Emailed my volunteer supervisor, called my manager at the new job I'm starting next week. Oh, we're both starting new jobs like right around the same time. And I planned some babysitting for my friend. Oh, yeah. Getting a lot done. Very productive. So that is very good. And actually, I just remembered talking about my TBR that I wanted to put a poll up. This break might be a little bit longer than our normal because I want to put this poll up. Okay, Zuko, you're going to make this really hard, huh? Okay. I basically just want help. See, I shouldn't be trying to read and type or talk and type at the same time. Reading challenge. What her kid reading challenge should I focus on next? And that's either going to be the birthday challenge or the periodic table challenge. I can't decide which of these I want to focus on next. So I need help. So please vote. I keep going back and forth. Like I keep feeling like I know what I want and then I change my mind. Okay, read 20 pages of the passage. It's better than I remember from the last time I tried to read it. That's good. I'm a Cancer, which is a moon sign. It's going to be easier for me to find the moon on a book cover instead of a crab. Yeah, mine's a water sign. So like, I mean, technically Pretty Girls could work. That has water on it. Wait, Pretty Girls could work. Maybe I will use this actually. And I feel like it kind of works too because no, wait. I can't. I've looked too much into the different things I'm supposed to be, and now I can't remember what's coming from, like star sign versus Chinese zodiac versus tree. So I know one of them was like trying to figure stuff out, which I feel like would work well for like a mystery thriller. But I feel like that might have been the chrysanthemum one. No, reeds. I think that was trees. Also, chrysanthemum, I want to ask this out for everybody to see if you think that this works. Chrysanthemums are a flower of mourning in Japan. So if I read a Japanese ghost Oh, hopefully you all can still hear me. Oh, I'm back. Yay. I don't know what happened for you all, but my screen went dark. And I paused the timer because I'm behind. I got kind of obsessed with Herkid 3.0 and have already read 37 books and finished 74 prompts, but I did start a little early at the end of June. Wow, that is impressive. Also going with a ruby red cover instead of a ruby on the cover. Yeah, that's fair enough. I got it because I love the miniseries and was disappointed because I learned the adaptation had added so much diversity. Now I remember the series better, so it's not as in my way. Okay. I don't actually know anything about the passage now that I'm thinking about it. I'm reading Funny Feelings by Tara DeWitt. I feel like Tara DeWitt was it her that just had a book? She's one of the Aardvark picks, I think, for this month. It's a romance that fulfills a weather prompt, rain on the cover, and choose your party bard. Oh, nice. Or maybe that was a book I was looking into that Aardvark did offer. Because there is one where they're like, I feel like they're like in a boat, or maybe they're like going for a walk, but it's 2 people and it's in the rain, something like that. I love Serpent and the Wings of Night and its sequel. The next 2 books in the series, not so much. That always stinks. Just joined. Guess I have to read some first sentences. Yes. First time here. Love the idea of TBR spins. Nice. Reading Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil. Awesome. I need to read that still. You should save the birthday challenge for your birth month. That could be fun. That could be fun, actually. I mean, I might end up reading for some of it just because, like, one of them, I already know that I'll have finished one of the prompts based off of books that I happen to read in July. So I'll talk about that in my wrap up. Herkid episode 1. So technically I will be 1 done with that already, but that could be fun. The POV of Good Stab in Buffalo Hunter is confusing as hell. I think I like the book, but it definitely requires a lot of concentration. Yeah, it's a very different style. Oh, but I do love the way that he writes the different perspectives and how they feel very different just by the writing style. I selfishly picked birthday because it would help me. Love it. We are so many people here now. That's amazing. Yeah, it is great. I just Googled books for Taurus and chose a book that has gold in the title. So that, so also getting that for periodic table. Yay. Yeah. I also have actually I have the newest edition of the Riverhead. What do they call it? Hold on. It's the Eddy. It comes from Riverhead Publishing, but they do horoscopes, and with it, they give recommendations for reading. And actually, one of the books is A Brief History of 7 Killings. That's for Sagittarius. So, but the one for me is nonfiction, and it kind of seems like a self-help book. So probably not going to do that one. But maybe I can run through what some of those are in the next break. Just because we're already over time for this break. But I did think about that, how since they do that, that could help. I remember the first one that I got, the God of the Woods, was the book recommended for Scorpio, which is a book that I actually want to read. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm back. The birthday prompts are the worst. My sign is Taurus. My Chinese sign is Ox, and my name means lame. Oh no. I mean, oh, that is tough. Do you have a middle name that means something? That's what my next thing was going to be. Was my first name means princess. So that works pretty easily for stuff. But then my middle name is Dawn, like DAWN. So that also could work for a lot of stuff. But you can use just like the like, so what is, I think Taurus is known as being like stubborn, right? That's a thing. So you could just read a book with a stubborn main character. Something like that. Good Stab's POV starts to make more sense the more it happens. I really struggled with it at first, but then it got better. Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't know if I got used to it or if the way that it was written got easier to read or what, but either way, it worked. You were first muted, then frozen. Fun. I'm glad it's all working now. I think Chrysanthemum and Japanese Ghost Story totally works with the logic you explained. Yes, thank you. As a teen, I could just read for hours, and now I feel like I need a break after 20 minutes. Sometimes I feel the same way. It depends on like the mood that I'm in, but I am definitely in this kind of a mood right now. I meant I don't remember the series now, so it's not in the way of me liking the book. I see. That makes sense. I just finished the end of Bury Our Bones. I ran out of Spotify hours when I originally read it. I'm glad you were able to finish it. Read the horoscope book, Rex, in the next break. Yes, I absolutely will. You could read The Princess Kills Monsters. I think I'm going to do a Dungeon Crawler Carl for it because of Princess Donut. And also because I really want to read the next Dungeon Crawler Carl book. And there's not a lot of things I can use that for, which, I mean, I guess technically like the create your party or whatever thing, I'm sure there's like a Pokemon thing I could use it for. There are probably things I could use it for, but those are all the easier prompts that I'm not going to like really be focused on until later. So I feel like I'll end up doing one of those. But anyways, let's see the results of the poll and then we'll get into the next sprint. Ooh, it is close. It is very close. Okay. Also, why is it not letting me read it? There it is. Okay, periodic table. Sounds good. I think I know pretty well what I'm going to be doing for that one. And at least like I'll only be getting started into focusing on it. I won't have finished that one, I don't think, in August. I'll actually finish it probably the following month, also known as September. Just forgot the months for a second there. Hello. Oh, I'm glad you're able to make it. I still don't know what I want to do with my birth flower. It's water lily and larkspur. I don't know if you've ever read Kings of the Wild, but there is a character named Larkspur in it. So that could be cool. And you read fantasy, so I feel like that could work. I really love Kings of the Wild. I think it's hilarious. But yeah, so maybe that. But then also, I feel like I was just reading a book that had a main character called Lily. But I feel like maybe you could go with that, doing like a character named Lily or something, since it's such a common name. Reading the Red Winter at the moment. Awesome. I'm choosing a book with a pirate on the cover for my name, for my sign, and Chinese sign. I'm thinking to read a child book. I assume like a children's book. Nice. Okay. So you're thinking about it. You got options. But yeah, it is a challenging one for sure. Okay. I think we can go ahead and get started on our next reading sprint. So happy. Oh my gosh, I will. I don't know if that's as loud for you as it is for me, but happy reading. Hello, how's everybody doing? Did not know my mic was not muted. Thanks, Sam, for saying something. But I noticed like with a minute and a half left. I think I like muted and then I accidentally unmuted when turning down the volume on my computer. Is the only thing I can think of that happened. But anyways, here we are. And yes, my keyboard is like it's a loud keyboard, which I do love. I'm gonna miss not having. I guess I could take this into the office, but then I wouldn't have a keyboard at home. There's like little things like that where I'm like, oh, I have my desk set up so perfectly for working, which technically I'll still have one day at home a week, but it's only 4 days in the office. But anyways, I read and liked The Water Lilies of Mishipichu. It's got to be so wrong. It's a historical mythical story inspired by Native American myths. Ooh, that also works for retelling, I would think. If you want to do a third book in the series, I'm doing Blue Lily, Lily Blue. Hi, everyone. I think I'm late. You are perfectly on time. But you might have missed a spin if you are doing TBR Spin. If not, then you just got some reading sprints to join in on. I'm assuming this is the first line. Hold, you crafty ones, strangers to work, you pilfers of other men's brains. That's great. A wizard is never late. Just got home and read the first sentence of my books. Gonna go with The Last Scientist by Cassandra Morphy. It was raining like there was no tomorrow. Ooh, I like that one. I like that one a lot. Not me checking if I'm correctly muted. I do whenever like somebody else has like where that happens in like a meeting, I'm like, oh, am I also? I actually liked the clacking. Oh, good. It is. I do really love this keyboard. Like it is so satisfying. Also, it's very cute. Like it's just a very cute keyboard. And I feel like it works really well for my office. Happens to the best. Yeah, right? You know, it's bound to happen at some point. If you stream for long enough, you're going to make mistakes. Like a clacking keyboard. Oh, good. You'll be extra paranoid now from now on that you're not proper. Oh, for sure. And you know what? Fortunately, like the cats weren't running in and out of here that I know of. No. I was like, wait, that did happen today, but that was earlier today. The cats looked up from their nap straight at the phone the second the keys clacked. Love it. Yeah, my cats are very used to this clacking keyboard. But they are all sleeping in the bedroom right now. They're very cute. Okay, I promised some horoscope book recommendations. So if you weren't here earlier, I talked about the Eddy, which is Riverhead's publishing their like little newspaper thing. It's super tiny. It's like literally just a page, a newspaper page that opens up. But it's got like some stories in it and stuff. But one thing that it always has is a horoscope, and then they come with book recommendations for the different signs. So maybe this could help some people if you're doing Herked. Maybe you could use one of these that matches your sign, or I don't know, whatever. But we did this once one other time, which is very fun, and looked through some of the recommendations. So it could be fun to do again. So starting with Aries, voted most likely to instigate a bar fight and least likely to cower in the face of tyranny. You don't need much provocation to go fists up, rouse comfort, and examine your innermost warrior with Lauren Groff's Brawler, a collection of 9 stories following characters who are fighting to be loved and seen, fighting themselves, and fighting for their lives. So Lauren Groff's Brawler. For Taurus, you pull from an unshakable well of self-trust when it comes to your artistic practice, though even you aren't immune to the uncertainty that systems of oppression plant in the ways we love and create. Wyeth, the young Black painter at the center of Brandon Taylor's Minor Black Figures, grapples with these very doubts about art and commodification, love and faith, race and historical erasure. So that's Minor Black Figures by Brandon Taylor, which is a book that I have considered reading multiple times, but I don't own. So I don't know. At some point, I'll probably read it. I do really like Brandon Taylor. I've read his other 2. So he has like a collection of short stories that I liked, and then Real Life, which I really loved. That was his debut. Gemini, shape-shifting trickster and savant of contradiction, you are living proof that many truths can exist at once. That makes you even more attuned to the line between complexity and distortion. Test your discernment with Trust by Hernan Diaz, an indicting literary puzzle that explores the ways money warps truth and history. I love that book. I love that book. I love that book. So I highly recommend it as well for anybody, not just Geminis. Cancer, your backward orientation means you are practiced at anticipating loss, often feeling nostalgic for moments that have not yet passed. But what if you could actually relive your past? Travel through time with Emma Straub's This Time Tomorrow, in which 40-year-old Alice is given a second chance to connect with the version of her father she knew at 16. So what was that? That was Cancer, This Time Tomorrow. Then we have Leo. There is a people-pleasing part of you that longs, however embarrassingly, to be accepted. When you feel your own desires being eroded by the expectations of others, come back to yourself with I Love You But I've Chosen Darkness by Claire Vay Watkins. The story of a woman daring to defy the social conventions of motherhood in order to rediscover who she is. Let me check in on our chat. Made some progress in the renovation, gave them all the German book. I have the Eddie and the package that it came in on my nightstand. Oh, fun. I love getting them. They're very exciting. Oops, I muted the key clicks and just realized that the sprint was over. Oh, sorry about that. We were just talking about it. Oh, yes, I get into bar fights every week. Oh, Sam, always up to no good. But yeah, I do. Horoscopes are so funny to me. You win them all, Sam. Naturally. Love it. I'm the least Aries of Aries. I also feel like the least Scorpio of Scorpios, so I totally get you. Do you stick to your TBR or do you deep dive once you like something, maybe? Like read more books by that same author? Oh, okay, yeah. Before continuing with TBR, I usually stick to my TBR. I'm a rule follower to a fault, I think, when it comes to my own dumb rules that I set for myself. But I do every once in a while, I'll like really be like, okay, I'll let myself do it. But it's pretty rare. But sometimes. I definitely, it influences what books come on to my TBR. When I like really like an author, then like that author will start coming on to my TBR more, or I'll always have something on my TBR by that author that I haven't read yet. I try to only keep one at a time. I actually just got an Octavia E. Butler book yesterday because I was out of books by her on my TBR. I finished Parable of the Talents and I really wanted another one. And I happened to be at an indie bookstore yesterday that I hadn't been to yet. It opened fairly recently here in Denver. So I was very excited to finally go there and to buy a book. Okay, let's do Virgo. Did we do Virgo yet? No, we didn't. Spreadsheeting and 5-year planning may offer you a fleeting sense of control, but they cannot prevent even your shrewdest plans from occasionally falling to pieces. In times of massive personal upheaval, let Maya Shanker's The Other Side of Change steady your footing and help you unlock a new perspective on what is possible when you embrace change rather than run from it. So that is a nonfiction, The Other Side of Change, Who We Become When Life Makes Other Plans. Then we've got Libra. Your reputation as a certified lover precedes you. Nothing brings you more pleasure than bringing people together, except maybe the compliments of how unrivaled you are at doing so. Guard Your Throne with The Art of Gathering by Priya Parker, your guide to invigorating your next potluck or listening party into a meaningful experience that will not easily be forgotten, that will not be forgotten easily. I basically said the same thing in a different order and it still worked, but I still had to correct myself. So that's The Art of Gathering, How We Meet and Why It Matters. Another nonfiction. And I already spoiled this, but the Scorpio one is also a nonfiction, and that's next. Despite the X or 3 who have called you emotionally repressed, they really just love giving digs at the beginning of horoscopes, don't they? You actually crave intimate and profound connections more than most. Eliminate missed opportunities and And post-disclosure cringe with Revealing from behavioral scientist Leslie John, where she explores the powerful effects that embracing vulnerability can have in different arenas of our lives. So that is Revealing the underrated power of oversharing. Honestly, I feel like I already overshare. So but again, I don't feel very much like Scorpio. Is me. I'm sure there are like similarities, but I also feel like there's always something that you can find in horoscopes that like you connect to, which I think is why they are so compelling to so many people. Homework while pet sitting, my neighbor's geriatric dog. Oh, The Birth of Dynasty has a scorpion on the cover. Ooh, good to know. There is one that I've been thinking about that has a scorpion on the cover, which is the Lady Poisoners, something like that. The League of Lady Poisoners. They always give the Virgos nonfiction. I don't want self-help. Yeah, they don't always give Scorpio nonfiction, but I also don't want self-help. And they did this time. That's what podcasts are for. I feel like I could listen to a quick podcast about how I should overshare and I'll be good. Okay, 4 signs left. Next is Sagittarius. You are not swayed by the idiom that less is more. You like your voice messages, podcast length, and your literature epic. That is kind of funny. I just said that. Treat your inner maximalist to A Brief History of 7 Killings by Marlon James, a virtuosic, I think, telling of the 1976 assassination attempt of Bob Marley that features an array of voices and spans several decades and continents, which happens to be on my TBR Spin stack. That's the yellow book down there, but not this month's pick. And I'm not a Sagittarius anyway, so. Capricorn, it does not escape notice that you have the rare grit needed to concretes your dreams. Concretes? What is that word? I've never seen that before. CONCRETIZE. Your dreams. I'm assuming it's like to get your dreams, like to accomplish it and get there. People would be surprised to learn that you struggle with whether to play it bold or play it safe. The Teenage Best Friends at the Center of Crux by Gabrielle Talent, or I think it's Gabriel Talent, also wrestle with this decision, torn between their dreams of greatness and the encroaching demands of family and adulthood. I have heard good things about Crux, but I have not read it. Aquarius, the very idea of a strictly formed self is absurd to you. There is little about your life that you wouldn't willingly reinvent at a whim. But what if the choice were out of your hands? Investigate that possibility with Will There Ever Be Another You by Patricia Lockwood, a story of a woman's mind upended by a mysterious illness that forces her to construct a new way of thinking. I've only had one experience reading Patricia Lockwood, and it wasn't my favorite. I feel like I always think about that book too, and I think about a book I didn't like that a lot of people liked, which was No One Is Talking About This, I think is the name of it. And then finally, Pisces, few love with as much intensity as you, which for you occasionally means experiencing gentle boundaries as harsh barriers to intimacy. Find strength and solace in Elizabeth Gilbert's All the Way to the River, a memoir of her transformative relationship with her best friend and partner, Rhea Elias, her battle with love and sex addiction, and her journey to healing. Okay. Those are the official horoscopes that we have for this edition of the Eddy. Maybe when we get the next one, we'll do that in whatever the sprint is following. So if you didn't connect with any of these, and you're still looking for one especially for her kid. But okay, means to specify, to make concrete. Okay, that makes sense. Is it concretize then? Like concrete, concretize? That's a crazy word. I love Patricia Lockwood. Yeah, there are many who do, and I love that for you. I do kind of want to give another book a try, just because I do have a lot of similar reading tastes with people that do really like Patricia Lockwood. But now I'm nervous after my first experience going so poorly. But maybe eventually, especially when I feel like when one really sticks out to me. I mean, Priest Daddy, I feel like it's probably the one I'm most likely to read of the ones she's written so far. But I think that there could be a time when something that she writes just sticks out so much that I'm like, all right, I'm going for it. Oh no, not Elizabeth Gilbert. Yeah, I I was kind of surprised to see her in here. Pre-study is fun. Yeah, I do. That one's definitely the one I'm most likely of what she's got out, which I think it's just those three, right? Um, I don't think she's got more than 3 books, but maybe. I've also never heard of concretize before. Can figure out what it means, but it would throw me off at first. Yeah, for sure. It's looked so much like a word that I would know how to pronounce, if that makes sense. Like just looking at it, I felt like I should just be able to like figure it out. And I don't know, like it doesn't look that confusing. But then when I was actually trying to say it out loud, I was like, what in the hell is this? It's a common word in my language, but if I think deeper, we were always told to translate it as specify. So yeah, yeah, here specify. Translate it as specify. Interesting. But yeah, concretize. We maybe didn't all learn something, but I learned something today. Okay. We're going to get into another sprint. I'm pretty sure that we're going to do 2 more. I started feeling like a little bit, like my stomach started feeling a little bit bad during that last sprint, but it seems like it's okay now. I took something for it and I think I'm good. So I'm hoping for 2 more sprints, but just wanted to put that warning out there just in case. Oh yes, I did know that Patricia Lockwood is on the Booker journey. I think I actually watched a clip of her talking about the choices that they made too at some point. So, yeah, I do expect some weird stuff. I do need to read through all the Booker things because there's only a couple of books that I just knew already what it was about. City builders also like to concretize. That makes sense. I feel like Lockwood picked Helen of Nowhere. It feels like her book. Yeah, I'll have to look at the actual synopses. Anyways, third reading sprint. Reading sprint. Let's go. Stayed muted that whole time. Okay. Where are we at? Weird stuff for Booker Prize. That makes sense. I do think that Patricia Lockwood would pick books that I would be interested in, for sure. I think Black Bag is one of her picks. I'm loving it for its kookiness. Seems like a lot of people are reading Black Bag, which I'm starting to think maybe I should. I mean, it works for her kid. I have a book on my TBR that I was already planning on reading for the color like challenge for Black, but I could just do that. I loved Helen of Nowhere too. People need to get weirder with their fiction, to be honest. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. Helen of Nowhere won my heart too. Okay. I feel like I'm getting the books that I need to be reading. Helen of Nowhere was great. Loving Black Bag, I'm assuming. Oh yeah, you said it. And The Strout as well. Having a good Booker year. Ooh. Oh, maybe I should. Yay, Kim inspiring me to read the full list, right? Exactly. The Renovation could be too, but since she surely didn't pick all of the books this year's jury, obviously went more for the weirdos overall, and I'm here for it. I agree. I feel like a lot of times we get years like that for the international one. Like we're more likely to get weird ones for the international, but it's about time we get it for regular Booker. Late to the live, just wanted to let her know this TBR Spin series has been one of my favorite book challenges. Oh, I've done all year. I've been able to keep up every month so far. That's awesome. Congrats. And I'm glad that you're liking it. It's a good way to get to those books that are always the someday books. At least helps me do that. I love an along list full of books I would have otherwise probably never found, even when I don't like them, all of them necessarily. Yeah, me too. That is really nice. This month could be tough as the best first sentence for me is in the Iliad. Oof. Okay, good luck. I completely forgot about dinner. I completely forgot about breakfast. That's what I need to do. Just arrived. Welcome. Reading Elantris, or is it Elantris, for Read Along and Women in Translation Read Along group. Book The Door by Magda Sabo. Nice. I know I'm going to be picking up a translated book probably today. It was a weird one where like I actually finished this month, like not in the middle of a book. Although I guess I started one in these reading sprints for my TBR Spin book, but trying to get to the books. I know I have it here. I think that this is going to be my next read, The Twilight Zone by Nona Fernandez, which is translated by Natasha Wimmer. So I'm excited to be joining in on the women in translation, even though it wasn't super planned. That's to help with her kid. But I have been reading actually just like a lot of women in translation in general recently, which has been great. And then I'll probably do one more this month, but I'll save that for talking about in my TBR video that I need to film today. Sing to me muse the whole continent had to go to war for 10 years because some girl ran off with a pretty boy. That I'm assuming that's a first line, and that's a great first line. Spent the sprint playing Pokemon Pokopia instead of reading. This game is way too addictive. I also feel like it's not a very easy one to audiobook at the same time. Maybe if you're like just doing like the building or like moving stuff around, then maybe you could get away with it. But also I feel like all the Pokemon want to talk to you all the time and I can't just say no. I am still working it out on the last exercise. I am still working out on the last exercise. I made it 4 episodes in My Hero Academia. Nice. Great job. I'm looking forward to catching up on this later. Have missed most after Sprint 1 due to family stuff. I've done bits of reading where I can. I mean, you didn't miss much. We did go through the horoscope book suggestions, so you have that to look forward to. And I didn't mute myself for the second sprint, so you also have that to look forward to. I think that kind of sums up what we've done. Did a little poll. I think you had gone before that. Maybe you were, I can't remember now. But did a little poll to decide which prompt I would focus next on for Herkyet after I'm done with the anthology one. And the periodic table won, but not by much. And it was between that and the birthday one, which I do like the idea of doing the birthday one in November, in my birth month. That could be a lot of fun. That does, I feel like, well, it's already August. I don't know. I can't decide. No, I probably won't be done with the challenge rating for that prompts reading challenges. How many did I give a challenge rating of 4? I feel like it's like 5 or 6. Let's see if I can remember. So the anthology one, the periodic table, the birthday one. Then there is the remix one. Also, I didn't realize that the remix one was like different types of remix until I was going back and like rewatching and like watching recommendations and things like that. And then that's when it finally clicked for me. And it's hard enough for me to want to read remix or like to want to read like a retelling or something like that. But to do like different types, I think 2 that I know of, and I don't even know, I need to look up to consider if they would actually be different types. But yeah, I think I'm going to be using a lot of side quest things towards that one because it's not just that it's like a difficult prompt, but it's also that like one I'm not that excited about. Like I'm not excited about the prospect of looking for books to fit that one. So I might end up doing a lot of like other like just the side quest things to replace some of the stuff with that. I think that's what I'm going to do. But we'll see. Maybe as people suggest things and stuff, I'll find things that I'm interested in. But so far, I did get a lot of recommendations for things in that video in the comments. And so far, I'm not finding a lot that I'm interested in. But yeah, there's that one. And then there's the numbers that are in the title, like having the actual number itself in the title and numeric titles. I think that's the name of it. And then the color in the title. I think those are all of the challenge rating of 4 that I have. So I could probably make it to November. I've read a lot less this week due to video games too. Donkey Kong 64 is now available on Switch, and I'm reliving my teens. Oh, fun! I never played Donkey Kong 64, even though I had the console. But yeah, I think we like only had Mario games for that one. I had to make lunch during the sprint, so not as many pages, but still liking the book. Nice. Was trying to really hard to finish Mansfield Park on the last sprint, but I didn't quite make it. Still have 9 pages to go. I think we are going to do one more sprint, so you should be able to make it. Feeling a little bit better. I know I was feeling like a little iffy there during last break, but I'm feeling better now. So I think I feel good enough to do one more sprint before we end it for today. Missed the bell, made it from 20 to 35% in the last 2 sprints. Maybe I turned it down too quiet. Nice, but that's really good. How do you feel about fairy tales? Not great. One of the books that I think I will do, I'm pretty positive that I will do, is Hemlock and Silver, which I know is a Snow White retelling by T. Kingfisher. So there's that. But yeah, there was a time when I was intrigued by the idea of some like fairy tale retellings. Like there was Cinder, I know was really popular at one point. And then there was an author that like went through and did different retellings. Like she did an Alice in Wonderland one and stuff like that. But I thought I was interested in that and sat on my like Storygraph to read for a long time. And then at one point I just went through and took it off because I was like, I don't think I actually want to read that. So yeah, not great. For colors and numbers, I literally went into Libby and just typed it out to check what they have. That's smart. I do think I have a good plan for colors and numbers. I will probably be using some side quests for that. I think just like my side quests in general are for the most part going to go towards the challenge rating 4. So it changes up my strategy a little bit because originally I was going to like just try to finish all of those before like really focusing on other things, but I might not just do that. I might focus on them a bit, but not get them like quite to done, just knowing that in the future, I'm going to pause this. just knowing that in the future, I'm probably going to use side quests to like help out with them. So I might get a lot of them like very close to done, but then like hold it there for future side quests to like help out. But I do think I know for the most part what I'm going to do for both of those at this point, which is exciting. If you want remix, Marissa Meyer's always good. She has Heartless and Lunar Chronicles, The House Sapphire, or another author, Mary Metcham. All her books are different types of retellings. Okay, that's good to look into. I don't think that I've looked. Well, the Lunar Chronicles, I've heard of that. But other than that, I don't think I've looked into any of those. Or if you want something a bit more historical, Cleopatra is a remix. It's the same story with magic. The gods are real. That could be a possibility. That's another thing is I don't really like mythic retellings, which that's not a mythic retelling, obviously. That's historical retelling. But it just made my mind go there. But I did also get a book I got my Kickstarter book so originally when I was doing Her Kid version 1 of the things was to do a Kickstarter, and I ended up not taking the prompt over into when I combined version 1 and version 2. But I had already requested, like I had already backed a Kickstarter for it. And I'm glad that I didn't take it because it took way longer than I thought for that Kickstarter to come through. But I do have it now. Like I got it last week, and I haven't even opened it. And it does have like a lot of Greek mythology things. I don't even really remember what it is. But maybe I could look at that again and see if that's something. I think it just like outlines though the different like people in Greek mythology. I don't think it's like a retelling or anything. I'll have to look at it again. But yeah, I don't tend to like mythic retellings, especially Greek mythology. I think there's just like so much of it that I'm over it. But potentially like Nordic myths or like the Marlon James book where I think was it Nigerian legends? I can't remember now, but I believe it was in African country and like legends from there. But I've already read both of those, so so yeah, that maybe something like that. I don't know. I'd accidentally pause a live. I do that all the time, like all the time. The number of times I've missed one of Nicole's breaks because I paused the stream without realizing. I read a book called House of Doors that was really good. That might work as a remix. I didn't realize until the end, and when I saw the notes about research. House of Doors has been on my list before, and I feel like it's on my recommendation list for something that I don't think it was remixed though. For something as a part of Her Kit, I'll have to look. I will also be reading When the Tides Held the Room, which is a fanfic of a fanfic. Love it. Oh wait, somebody did have one that I saw recently that I was like, oh, I could use that. Oh, The Love Hypothesis. Apparently it's loosely based off of a Rilo fanfic, or is loosely a Rilo fanfic. I don't know. I need to look into that to see if that's like confirmed or not. But I do own that book. So that's something, and that would be a fan fiction version of a retelling, which is good because I don't know how else I would have done that one. Thanks for inspiring me to join my first Her Kid. I love the hardback journal. Oh, cool. Oh, it's so cool that people are getting the journals and everything. I did think about getting a journal. I ended up not, just because there have been a lot of expenses recently, and now I need to get a new car, a different car. Whenever I say new car, I feel like I'm saying like I need to go to like a dealership and get a new car, and there's no way in hell that's happening. But I need to get a different car. And then Zuko had his stuff, which by the way, Zuko's doing great. He made an appearance earlier. He still has like his fur here, and here is still shorter, and he's got like a little spot, or 2 spots, I guess, on his butt from where they put the nerve blocker and where they actually did the procedure. But he's doing a lot better. For anybody that follows on Instagram, I think that's the only place that I've talked about it. But Zuko had a like urinary tract blockage, and we had to take him to the emergency vet. Which was very sad. And he was there for 24 hours, got the procedure done. We were there until like 1 a.m. that night. And then the next day I went and visited him, and it was the cutest thing in the entire world. And then we ended up being able to pick him up that night, which we didn't think we'd be able to pick him up until the next morning. But he was just doing well enough. And now he's doing a lot better. He's on new food to help with it. But yeah, very excited for him. I do the same with Libby all the time for reading challenge prompts I struggle with, and I do the same with Storygraph. What I do is I go through my Storygraph first is what I've been doing, and I've been doing like everything that I own TBR, and then I change the filter to be anything on my TBR at all. So it's just things that I've been vaguely interested in and like enough to put on that list, but haven't like purchased it yet. So that really helped because then I was at least pulling from stuff that I already knew that I wanted to read. Numbers and colors aren't a problem if you're a fantasy reader. Yeah, I do. I will be pulling from some fantasy for both of those. The fantasy reader have a lot of advantage with that one for sure. Yeah, I would agree. Also, there's another one that I feel like a lot of the things I'm seeing are fantasy that like people are picking. I can't remember what it is now. House of Doors is a remix of a book I'd never heard of. Historical fiction of Malaysia. Oh, Malaysia. I think that's what I was thinking of. It can work for tracing through regions because I'm doing regions of Asia. So I think House of Doors is one of the ones I was thinking of for that. This is great news. Thank you so much for these comments. I might be reading House of Doors, which actually part of me is like, have I read House of Doors before? Because I remember talking about it like a couple years ago, a lot. But why? Maybe it was a Booker prediction. Was it on a Booker list? I think it was on a prediction list for me. Like I think I predicted it was going to be, I don't know. I just put the bingo board on a physical piece of paper. I have 3 almost bingos and a few more prompts almost done. Oh my gosh, so impressive. It's been a Notion spread for months. Love it. I actually checked if there was a retelling that mentions the Roman victory goddess, because that would have fit both in remix and birthday prompt, but nothing. I assumed it would exist. Yeah, I assumed that would exist too. I've heard a lot of Allie Hazelwood's are books versions of her AO3 days doing fan fiction. Perfect. I found it looking for a queer book by a Southeast Asian author for anti-brain rot. Nice. I haven't done Southeast Asia, right? No, I've done East Asia and I've done West Asia. I've actually done East Asia twice now. I really like the East Asian authors, I think, or books set in East Asia. So that was very easy to get right away. But no, I have not done Southeast Asia yet. Okay, I just finished my 4th square. Nice job. Oh my gosh, I have not finished a single square yet, but I'm working on it. And there are a lot of Shakespeare retellings, these violent delights, if Shakespeare was an auntie, etc. And the Penguin website has a list. I have kind of considered these violent delights. I would definitely read a retelling of Twelfth Night. I love Twelfth Night. I might be biased because I was like in it not that long ago. A couple years ago, I got to play Olivia just like at a local community theater, which was very fun. And it's just such a fun play, like just all the mistaken identities. For those of you that don't know, She's the Man is a retelling movie version of Twelfth Night. So that I would definitely read a retelling of. Oh my gosh, that would be so fun. It was a 5-star for me and I'm picky. Oh, what was this? That was the Book of Doors. Okay, good to know. I need to just make sure, I need to read the synopsis to make sure I haven't read it yet. Or it would be on my Storygraph. That's what I'm going to do at the start of this. Anyways, this break went on way longer than I intended. But let's get into the last reading sprint of today. Happy reading, everybody. Okay, how did everybody do? That was our last sprint for today. I actually ended up reading a little bit more, which was good. It still looks like I've done nothing, but I'm 40 pages in, so I'll take it. It is very readable so far, so that's good. And I'm getting to know the second perspective. The first perspective was so like gripping that when I realized we were getting a dual perspective, I was like, oh, okay. But now I'm kind of getting more into the second perspective, so I think I'll be okay. It's always like just hard to be like, oh, I'm into the story. And then it's like, wait, who is this? Now I have to learn a new person. Graphic novels can count as a remix, right? I just read Lost Paradise by John Milton on graphic novel version. I think that it can be if you use a side quest for it. I don't think that they inherently count, I believe, for the challenge. But if you but there's like a side quest or a prompt spell that lets you use a graphic novel for one of the things. But I might be wrong about that. Oh, and I did look up, I do feel fairly confident that I could count The Love Hypothesis for being a retelling. It's like a reworked fan fiction, it seems like. And then that she wrote. And then The House of Doors, I have not read. I do think I had it on a prediction list, or I was thinking about putting it on a prediction list at some point for Booker. It would just be hard to find because I'm pretty sure I talked about it in like a live show. I didn't have a specific video for it, but I haven't read it. So, hello. Fold a lot of socks. I'm gonna go. I hope you had a great time. I would definitely say they count. Why shouldn't they? Oh, yeah, I think I like usually graphic novels do count for like everything, but I think there was some reason that they didn't for remix. I feel like she talked about it. Now I'm gonna pull up because I am on the Herked thing. Let's see, remix. Where's the one for remix? Unlock a spot on your remix skill tree to count one manga, graphic novel, movie, TV show, or abridged version for this prompt. Yeah, so I think typically graphic novel doesn't count for it, but you can get it to count with this prompt spell. Also, speaking of the side quests, the one for August was released already this morning, and I totally missed it. So I don't know if people have looked yet, but I was very excited to see what it was because it works out so well for me. So the two options, the one for the board blessing is to read a book with blood on the cover. And then the one for the prompt spell is to read a book with ice or something frozen on the cover. And the book that I have for TBR Spin has blood on the cover, which is so great. For a second, I thought somebody like put this on there. This is very weird. I think that it was at a library or something at some point. But it's got like a very weird like texture to my specific copy. And then there's it almost looks like somebody took like a red marker, but I had to look it up because there are a lot of versions of this cover that don't have any red here at all. That it's just like the white bubbles in the water coming from the locket. But I did find another version that did have like the exact same red as mine, so I know that it's real. And then also there's another version of the cover that has a like daisy on the front that has blood, which is great because I wanted to do a board blessing specifically, and now I can. So that works out so well. I finished Strout, loved it. Oh, I'm glad. Oh, and I didn't even read this one out loud, but made it halfway through my book. Thanks for the sprints. Glad you were able to make it halfway through. Napped. Nice. I read about 40 pages across all sprints. I did Almost Life. Very good. I hated my last book, so this is a breath of fresh air. That is always so nice. I switched to Cibola Burn. Oh, slowly making my way through the Expanse series. Nice. Love the Expanse series. You'll be finishing the long list within a week at this rate. Yeah, for real. I'm surprised that graphic novels don't count. Yeah, for most prompts they do. But I think like maybe because she knew that was going to be the side quest option, or the prompt spell option. Started Catabasis, been in the mood for dark academia. Awesome. I do really want to read Babel coming up, but I'll probably end up reading Yellowface first. Of my RF Kwongs are the side quests additional prompts. So they are like, yes, kind of. Or I guess no, the answer is yes. It's just not like you can use the same books that you are already reading for 2 of the prompts. So basically every month there's a post about the side quests, and there are 2 options. So you can do one or the other. For one of them, and like each of them is a prompt to read something. And one of them is if you do it, you get a prompt spell. And the prompt spells kind of like help you towards a specific prompt. So, for example, one we were talking about earlier was like, I think it's called like the chemical reaction prompt spell, but it basically means that you can use for the periodic table prompt or challenge, you can use a alloy or a compound of 2 chemicals. So for me, I'm planning on using that for to use the Salt King towards the periodic table challenge, because that is technically 2 elements as one, salt is. So, and then like a lot of people are using it for brass too, because that's an alloy, not an actual element. So it just like kind of helps you, a prompt spell just helps you towards one prompt. You can only use each prompt spell just one time throughout the course of the challenge. And then the other, if you choose to do the other side quest, you can gain a board blessing, and all of the board blessings can work towards like anything across the challenge, and you can use any board blessing up to 2 times. So one of those is the DEI initiative, which is just to read a book by a like BIPOC author or somebody with a disability or something along those lines, to replace, just automatically to replace a book for a prompt that exists. So I'll probably end up using that one for a few, for like the ones that I don't really feel like reading and I'd rather read something from my bookshelf. I'll use that. So the board blessings are super helpful. Or one of them is to use a book for 3 different prompts, not just 2 different prompts, which that's the board blessing I think I'm going to be going for this one, because I think Hemlock and Silver, really there's like 4 prompts I want to use it towards, but I'm going to use it towards 3. But yeah, that's how those work. But when you do those, they like count towards, like I can still count this towards 2 prompts, but also use it as my side quest because it's got the blood on there. So it's not like taking away, like you don't have to read more than you otherwise would have. You can still like make it work with your other stuff. So last month I did the prompt spell one, which was to read a teal book. And I did Raja the Gullible for that, which I was already doing for other stuff. So it worked out really well. I loved Babel and Yellowface, very different genre styles. Yes, very, very different seeming. I haven't read them yet. I've only read one book by R.F. Kuang, which is Catabasis. But I liked it. So I'm excited to try more of her stuff. I got to page 63 during sprints. I have one of those old, small, but think mass market paperbacks that they don't make anymore. Very nostalgic reading experience. Yes, I love a mass market paperback. I think that this actually does technically count, but it's one of the tall versions, which I don't like quite as much as the like squat versions of the mass market paperback. But I do think that this counts as one. I think they just have like 2 different heights. But yeah, those are my absolute favorite. I love going to half-price books to search for old mass market paperbacks. Yeah, when I see them, especially for like a Robin Hobb or something, or a Brandon Sanderson, it is so hard to not just like buy all of them. I do it for Robin Hobb. If it's like in the realm of the Elderling, I'm like buying it. But I think I've only gotten 2 or 3 for Robin Hobb. And then I've gotten a few for Brandon Sanderson's for the Mistborn series, or like in that universe, which I'm very happy about. But yeah, those are my favorite. Okay, that is going to do it for today. I feel like this is a long one today. I don't usually end this late, but we had a lot of talking to do, a lot of catching up to do. So that's it though for these reading sprints. Probably the next one I do will be for the next TBR spin, if I had to guess. It just is hard finding time in the summer to do 2 days of reading sprints each month. But at the very least, we'll come back together for the next TBR Spin prompt for September, which is crazy to think about. Floppy trade paperbacks are my favorite. Those would probably be my second favorite. I love a paperback in general. But yeah, the floppier, the better, unless I'm going for mass market paperback, which that one always wins. But yeah, so I hope you all had some good reading or got some good reading done. It seems like a lot of people did. And I know I got a lot done, even if it wasn't that much reading specifically. But yeah, and I will see you all very shortly with some Herkiad videos. Very exciting. Bye, everyone.